Good morning, visitors and exhibitors. We're just about to start with the first event of the day. World Footwear Outlook presents the world trade and production trends in the footwear sector by Joanna Teixeira from Apicas. See you soon in Assomac Talks Arena.
a forza di tutti i caproni che ci sono nella scuola. Sono rimasti indietro. Allora, quello là lo lasciamo là. Il pointer.
Ma adesso
me lo mandi, là va da solo.
sì, ok, un X.
L'avanzatore slide l'abbiamo già consegnato.
Ha già preso lei la ragazza, ce l'hai tu l'avanzatore slide?
Siamo ritornati. Dear guests, you're welcome to take a seat at the Assomac Talks arena for the World of Footwear Outlook event, World Trade and Promotion Trends in the Footwear Sector, presented by Joanna Teixeira from Apicaps. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to CIMAC Tanning Tech 2022. We're here for the event of Assomac Talks. Today, we are honored to have World Footwear Outlook presenting world trade and production trends in the footwear sector. Today, we have with us Joanna Teixeira. She's the International Relations at Apicaps. and she will be presenting today. So I'll give the word to her. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today. So my name is Joana Vaz Teixeira. I work at APICAPS, the Portuguese Footwear Association, and I'm here today to bring you some insights and a bit of thoughts about the world footwear industry. First of all, I want to thank CIMAC and Assomac for the invitation and for the challenge that they directed to us a couple of weeks ago to have a think about the industry and bring some insights here today. And this is the result of an exercise we did at the association. We have looked into the numbers and into the figures, and today we're going to try and present a summary of that. I have a brief agenda for today, and what I will try to do is go over the slides, and then if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to address those at the end, okay? So. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So sorry for this. So basically, the agenda is small. I'm gonna just introduce you who we are. I'm gonna bring you some of the footwear insights, look a bit over the current scenario, and then try to understand what could be the footwear outlook for the short period ahead of us. So getting into who we are, so APICAPS is the Portuguese Footwear Association. We represent the entire cluster. And our members are footwear companies, manufacturers of shoes, different types of shoes, but also manufacturers of leather goods, components, and we also represent retailers, machinery, equipment, manufacturers, and so on. At APICAPS, we develop a very varied array of activities, of initiatives. Obviously, the main objective is to promote the Portuguese industry. And to do that, we have the Portuguese shoes brand that you probably already came across at some point. And we also have the World Footwear Initiative, which is basically a project that I'm going to slightly introduce to you, as it is through that project that we have the numbers and the figures of the industry. So basically, what is the Portuguese footwear industry in a few numbers, in a few figures? So basically, we have 1,500 companies. We employ around 40,000 people. I think I could probably start by saying that the industry is characterized by the fact that we integrate the entire supply chain. We have a very consolidated cluster in Portugal. The industry has been functioning in an integrated way since many decades now. As an association, we have been focusing a lot of our efforts in trying to have an organized thought about what could be the path for the companies, for the sector, and that is translated in strategic plans that we have, strategic plans that we publish on a regular basis, and that we share with our members and with our industry. In terms of the industry itself, it's an industry focused on high-value products. It has a very, very high exporting profile. More than 95% of our production is actually destined to foreign markets. And Portugal has the second highest average export price. So basically, in a nutshell, and very quickly, these are some of the facts that characterize the footwear industry in Portugal. So talking a bit about the World Footwear Project, basically it is an initiative that we have been developing at the association for over a decade now. We started with the publication of this yearbook. It is an annual publication where we try to give a snapshot of the industry, of the footwear industry in the previous year. And on top of that, we also include information about specific countries. So we analyze the main players of the industry and we include there what we call country profiles. And these country profiles allow you to quickly have an overview of the industry in a certain country and compare if you want. Usually when we go to some market to have some visits, a trade mission, so on, the first thing we do is look into this country profile because it gives a very good idea of the footwear industry in the country. And this is the kind of information that it is included there. So production, consumption, international trade, the main information about the industry. We publish these on a yearly basis, as I was saying. We just recently published the publication for this year. And thank you. Thank you. And in this year, the publication includes 83 country profiles, which is pretty much, I would say, the main players of the industry, of the footwear industry. So moving on to the insights and to the main part of my presentation, all of this data is based on the yearbook, on the data of the yearbook, data that we have been collecting for many years, as I was saying. And I always bring this map to my presentations because I think it kind of speaks for itself. It doesn't really need a lot of words. And it gives us a snapshot of what the industry was in 1985. And if you look into the map, at the time, the footwear industry was kind of evenly distributed across the world. At the time, we had Asia being responsible for something like 45% of the footwear production. Europe was still accounting for 34%, and America 16%. So it was kind of a pretty good distribution around the globe. And this was the reality in 1985, where we had a total production of not even 9 billion pairs. And what happened in the next few decades is a complete shift of this industry, which is not a surprise for you guys, obviously, but I think the numbers are so expressive, and maybe you don't see this very clearly, but Asia is now responsible for 88% of the global production. So in just a few decades, we saw a complete change in this industry. And obviously, this had a reflection in the other continents' share. And Europe, it passed from 34%, so a third of the global production, to only 2.8% last year. And let's not forget that in here we have some very important producers like Italy, Portugal, Spain. So this is a very different reality in just a few decades. So just to give you the other numbers, America dropped as well, and well, Africa and Oceania are not very, very expressive. The other thing I like to point out here is the fact that we passed from a production of not even 9 billion pairs to 22 billion pairs. And let me remind you that this 22 is not even the high of the industry, because last year the industry was still performing below its high, which you can clearly see on this slide. So if we look into the last decade's performance, you can clearly see production going up, up, up, until that maximum in 2019, and then obviously we had the impact of COVID-19, with the economies closed and production obviously impacted by that. So this is actually one of the main conclusions of our yearbook. Production last year reached 22 billion pairs. It's a significant recovery from the previous year, but still below the high performance of the decade, which was in 2019. And just to give a nutshell of who the top producers are, these numbers are in quantity, no big surprises here. A lot of players from Asia, China with an overwhelming percentage, more than half of the global production. And then basically Asian countries stand out in this chart. To give you also a perspective who the main consuming markets are for footwear, here the picture is slightly different. Again, China already has a 20% share in terms of global footwear consumption. It's followed by India, who is now the second largest consumer market. I think they surpassed the US 2-3 years ago. And the numbers seem to indicate that is a comfortable second place. If we look into the European Union as a whole, that would be the fourth largest market, and not many years ago it was the second, so this is a big change here. That was before Brexit, that was before COVID, obviously, as Europe took a big hit of COVID and was impacted quite heavily with the lockdowns and so on. Sorry about that. Okay, so exporters. Obviously, we have a reflection in this table of the production trends. The predominance of China here is even bigger. It has a world share of 60%. I would probably point out the fact that Vietnam already has a 10% share in global exports, and in the last decade, when we look into the numbers, it's a very, very comfortable second place. As you can see, the countries following have much smaller shares. Again, it's a table, a rank, which has some European countries here. But what is actually interesting is that this rank is in quantity, and when we look into these in terms, I'm really sorry, in terms of value, we have a different picture. And the reason why I brought this slide here is to give you a bit of a perspective of the numbers and what is behind the numbers. So if we look into exports in terms of quantity, you had a picture that is completely different from this one. You have here 9 European countries in the rank of main exporters when you look into the value of footwear exports. And why did I bring this here? Because despite the fact that Europe only accounts for that small percentage that I was showing you in the map, they still play an important role. We still have 9 European countries in this rank, so it means that they are still important in the value chain, and they are still responsible for a significant part of the value of this industry. So although it has been losing share, Europe is still there, and the numbers reflect that. In terms of importers, just a quick snapshot again. The US are the main footwear importer. They have a share of 20%, and they are followed by mainly some European countries and Japan. When we look into the numbers, another interesting thing to point out is the performance of the average footwear export price. And if you look into these, in the last 20 years, we had some increase in prices, but it's mainly something that happened in the last decade, where the price really climbed. And again, last year, this happened again, and the price is now slightly over $11 US. And this is something that we hear every day now. Prices, I think, are one of the topics of the moment, but it's not something new for us in footwear, because we were already witnessing this increase in price. There's several reasons for this. And as I was saying, more than ever, people are talking about prices, what's going on, and this kind of reflects that this trend was already here. So basically, while I was showing you some of the ranks, I was already mentioning some of the conclusions of the yearbook. when we look at the numbers for 2021, we see a recovery of the industry from the effects of COVID-19, but it's still far from the high. The industry was on a growing mode up until 2019, and obviously with the pandemic, that trend was a bit interrupted. Footwear production already recovered. Last year it increased around 8.6%, and footwear exports almost 8% as well. It doesn't come as a surprise from the ranks that I showed previously that Asia dominates this business. It's where 88% of the shoes are produced, and the global consumption of footwear is already much concentrated in Asia. These are markets that are very important when we look at the brands, their accounts, when their reports. We see that Asia has been very important for them in the last few years in terms of turnover, in terms of their sales. The main consumption markets are China, India, and US, as I already mentioned. And one interesting thing that came out of the figures and when we were analyzing the numbers is that the US already fully recovered from the effects of COVID-19 in 2021. When we look at the numbers, US have imports and consumption that are already at pre-pandemic levels, which is quite relevant. So these are just some of the conclusions. I already mentioned a few. Basically would just point out that 58% of all production is exported. This number is expressive, but is still far from the maximum values in the past. And this probably reflects, again, COVID, the closure of the economies, and the fact that exports were obviously impacted by the pandemic. So these are the footwear insights. This is what we see when we look into the numbers for 2021. What I now wanted to kind of show you and have a think about it is the current scenario. So what's going on with the footwear industry at the moment? So what we did was we went to look into the numbers for the first semester, and not a big surprise, but in a way it was. The fact that it seems like everyone is having a very good moment. The numbers show very good performances in some of the main countries. This is footwear imports for the first semester, and we have, for example, the US growing by 46%. Even considering the fact that we had a pandemic, please remember that last year the US were already at pre-pandemic levels, so this growth is quite significant. Japan is growing its imports, the UK, the European Union. From the main countries that we analyzed, the only country with a decline was China. China still has some zero COVID policy, so something to remember here, and the fact that they still have the market a bit closed. We also looked into exports, and again, it seems like everyone is having a good performance. The first semester seems to be very good for everyone. So positive news from the numbers. And when we were walking around here at the fairs and talking to people, they kind of, on average, refer that the first semester was doing good. The companies were happy with the first semester. And when we look at the numbers, this is what we see. I would probably highlight the fact that China is increasing exports in 33% when we look at the numbers, and that is quite surprising. Even if we look into more detail into Europe and into the main players here in Europe, they all had very good performance in the first semester. They are growing, and that results in a 7% increase for the entire European Union. So what is going on with the economy, what are the key things that we need to pay attention that might impact this business. We decided to have a look into GDP, and we decided to focus on two regions, the United States and European Union. And funny enough, what we kind of concluded is that the US seemed to be ahead of us. And what I mean by ahead of us is a timing issue only, because what we notice is that it seems like something is happening in the US, and then a few months later, Europe seems to be falling. That's why we are saying that the US is showing us the way. And basically, when we look into the GDP and the growth rates there, we see that Europe is still growing, but US already started to decline. They already had negative growth rates for 2 consecutive quarters, so the fear of recession is real, is there. And because we analyze this and we are saying, okay, maybe the US is showing us the way, this might be a bit of a gray cloud around us, because it might come to other regions, it might impact us as well. We also look into inflation, and this is so important because everyone is talking about increasing prices. They are real, they are there. When we look into the average prices, we see those increases already happening. Just to give you a bit of more detail of what's happening in the US. So they had pretty high inflation in the 80s, but then it started to decrease, and last year inflation was already increasing in the US. And that's the reason why we were saying they are kind of showing us the way. They are saying, okay, pay attention, this is what's coming next. But the interesting thing is that when we look into the numbers for the last few quarters, the inflation in the US already started to kind of give in. Remember that they already have some recession, so inflation is starting to give into that. When we look into the picture for Europe, is still is a bit different because inflation is still going up, and this is inflation for the global economy, so is the global number. Saying this, we wanted to learn a bit more about this and try to understand what is behind this, what are the main drivers, and so we analyzed inflation by driver. And what we notice is that inflation is different in the US and is different in the EU. In the EU, we still have a significant percentage of energy and food prices driving this inflation. So we're talking about external drivers. And when we look into the United States, food and energy are already smaller contribution, and the main driver of inflation is what we call core inflation. So it means that inflation is already kind of feeding itself in a way. We already have things here like the price of money, so the salaries and so on, which is a bit more trigger for the economy. And when you look at the numbers, it continues to rapidly increase that percentage, okay? So, saying this, what can we expect for the future? And that's basically, it's very difficult to kind of put this in words. I was having a conversation yesterday, and I said that since I started work, I don't remember a time where I heard that this combination of factors. So the economy is strong. We heard that the economies are strong. We look into numbers, they are strong. We look into the numbers for the footwear industry. The first semester was very good, but then when we try to understand what's coming there, we have a mixture of feelings. We did a survey, the business conditions survey that we run every 6 months, and we ask our experts, so what do you think is going to happen to footwear prices? And 90% said, okay, they're going to increase. And we asked them about the main difficulties, and they mentioned, not surprisingly, cost of merchandise, cost of raw materials, as that being one of the main difficulties they are facing. But in this scenario, and I want to show you this first. The industry seems to be optimistic because we asked them about consumption and they said like, no, consumption is going to increase in 2022. We are expecting that to go up, obviously reflecting the recovery from the pandemic, but still to this, and now I want to go back, we wanted to see if the increase in prices, in average prices, in export average prices was already being reflected in the stores, was already reflected in retail. And when we look into the US, yes, they already had a significant increase since mid-2021. Europe is not as expressive. So this kind of raises the question about for how long retailers and brands are going to accommodate this price increase that they are facing. Because we don't see the price increase in retail, but it won't last forever, for sure, because if prices of the energy continue to rise, if prices of the raw materials continue to rise, it will get to a point where they won't have enough margin to accommodate that. So this is probably one of the things to pay attention in the coming months, and it will for sure impact the industry, because it will have an impact on consumption and on the choices that the consumers will make. So basically, what to expect? It's very difficult to forecast. I think we had that difficulty because, as I was saying, we have this mixture of things going on. We have a footwear industry with a very positive first semester, but we have commodities, we have inflation, all this is pushing footwear prices. So the difficulty is try to understand what's coming next. We have this fear of recession, we have inflation going up, we have interest rates rising. So what's going on? I think no one knows the answer to this. People can guess, people can try to figure out, maybe try to put something on the table, but at the time, it's very uncertain what the combination of all these factors will do to footwear consumption, and it's very difficult to predict that at the time. And this kind of finishes my presentation. I would probably open the floor for questions if you have any questions for me.
Good morning.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I have a question regarding the concentration of the producers. In several industrial sectors, after the COVID pandemic, we have seen that started a shortcut of the value chain, of the supply chain, reshoring, nearshoring, and so on. In your report, apparently this did not happen in the footwear sector. So the situation at the end of 21 is still the same, concentration of the producer in the east and concentration of retailers and the fashion brand in the west. Then we know that started this war, together with the war, the inflation that you also have reported for the first semester of 2022. And apparently also nothing changed in our sector, still the concentration of few, in the end of few producers in the east. But do you have any idea, any methodology, how to envisage if in the near future there will be also some change, some decoupling in the value chain of the footwear sector? Let's say that also some of the things that you show, like minus 10% and something of imports in China, you said that is for zero COVID. Maybe it's for that, but it could be also because imports are in China, imports of footwear for sure are footwear of higher level. And maybe because the inflation, they do not have any more much money to buy this type of footwear. And we know that apparently the reaction to the inflation in China, for example, is to reduce the quality of their product in order to keep the price. For example, I read an article of the FDRA of USA, the Association of Footwear Retailer in the USA, that they said that at the retail level, the footwear for sale, the prices increase less than the inflation, for example. So there are some signs that could be like that. Don't mean that there will be a decoupling in the sector, but could be. So the question is, you have for this year a methodology to monitor this scenario? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, the methodology will be the same as every year. We'll look at the numbers, and the numbers will tell us the answer. That question about reshoring, about bringing production here to the consuming markets, it's been something that I heard since I joined this industry. People are always talking about that. But the fact is that although we hear the industry talking about that, although we hear the brands talking about that, maybe because it sounds nice to say that, when we look at the numbers, we don't see it really. We see a strong concentration of the industry in Asia. Maybe it's not everything in China anymore, because obviously we see the Asian countries growing with their shares going up on a yearly basis, but we don't really see that movement, and what we will need to do is look at the numbers to see that. The other thing is that if you look and if you think about China and their capacity, their manufacturing capacity, we don't really see one country that will be able to take up all that capacity. I mean, I don't see that in the numbers. So basically, we'll have to look into the numbers and see what's going on and what they translate by the end of the year. If exports are growing, if production is growing, what are the countries responsible for that? For sure, we'll know once we analyze the numbers for the year. As you were saying, yes, when we look into the prices in retail, we don't see a big increase yet. It could be because brands are accommodating that, but as I was saying, they are doing that and they are squeezing their margin to do so. So let's wait and see what happens until the end of the year with the new season. Once the products get to the stores, let's see if we see some increase in prices, but we're starting to see increase in prices in other products, so it's going to be a question of time to see that on footwear as well, probably. I think. And I think I answered everything you were saying about what you said at the beginning of your question. I think we always took globalization for granted, and all these things kind of shake that up and make us think about some of the things that probably need to be addressed. But in a nutshell, no, the numbers don't show us that yet. Any other questions?
Do you think that inflation will impact only in European footwear industry or also in Asian countries? Because if it will impact more in European industries, this will be a more reduction of our competition. If not, we may hope that we may maintain our production and stop the reduction trend.
I'm not an expert on inflation, sorry for that, but I don't think we have countries that are immune to that. Obviously, energy prices are going up for everyone. That's going to be reflected in different aspects of the value chain. If you look into the footwear industry, it's not an industry that is intense on energy, but obviously energy is present in transportation, it's present on the materials, for example in polymers, so eventually that will impact the prices, and it could actually be a good time to think about materials, what kind of materials we're using, and think about value the value of a material such as leather, for example. But going back to the question, I don't think countries will be immune to that, because we live in an interconnect world. Globalization is there, and I don't think one country can say, no, I'm not going to be impacted by this increase in prices, because at the moment we see an increase in prices for energy, for food, and they are a bit external. We don't control those increase in prices. I think one here.
Thank you, Joanna, for
Hi,
your
Enrico.
brilliant
Thank you.
presentation. So many insights. I will try to limit myself just 2 questions and 1 comment. Okay. The first question is, you said about the world export share, 58.8%. And you said that this is not the high of this decade, and you quoted short run reasons for that. I'm wondering if you see also longer run reasons for that. Basically, how the production is distributed inside the market. For example, the increase of Chinese consumption that, let's say, absorb more production in China. And this is the first question. The second question is, it seems to me that I don't remember it just in terms of export, but or also in terms of production. China lose a little bit market share. So I want to know which are the countries that gain this share. We have the honor to have the president of Turkey's Production Association. Of course, Turkey is one of the biggest fast-moving and fast-growing country. And my comment is basically that probably we need also an analysis of regional export-import, because I think that, as you said, we give the globalization as granted, but maybe we have to start to have a more regional perspective in terms of Asia, Europe, and United States. United States it means North America and South America, because it seems to me that maybe this is not exactly reshoring or nearshoring, but something that is changing the sourcing structure in the footwear sector.
Thank you, Enrico. I'll try to remember everything that you asked me. So in terms of the share of China's share, China lost some percentage points in the last few years. As I was saying, it is very difficult to find another country with such capacity. Obviously, they have a very strong labor force. They have capacity installed and so on. When we look at the numbers, what we see is that Asian countries are growing. So I think the straightforward answer is the Asian countries are absorbing some of that margin. For example, Vietnam is for sure. Obviously, when we ask about the production capacity in Vietnam, we are told that a significant part is foreigner investment. Chinese investment, obviously, plays an important role there. So I would say countries that are nearby. You mentioned Turkey. Turkey is an example of a country that has been growing a lot in the last few years. Their share has been increasing, and they are in the ranks for sure. So that was one of your questions. The other question was about the export share. Yes, obviously the pandemic it kind of explains most of the trends or the movements that took place in 2020 and 2021. Obviously, when you look at what the numbers, when you look into China, it could, several reasons can be pointed out. It got to a point where things in China, with the prices of labor, with the salaries going up, they had to look into alternatives, and they probably had to go to other markets to find alternatives to that. And that could explain why they're losing some share in production, why they're losing some share in exports as well. And you were mentioning about consumption in China as well. I think you asked me about that. Well, obviously, a significant part of that could be luxury products, products coming from Europe as well. And when we look into the figures of the last few years, one interesting thing is that China is quickly growing as one of the main importers of footwear. So absolutely, the market there is very dynamic. People are looking for different kind of products, maybe more high-end products, and that explains and is reflected in those numbers. In terms of reshoring the regional blocks, well, we'll see how it goes. As I was saying, reshoring has been a theme for long. We don't really see that in the numbers, but during the pandemic, we noticed that the economies were more closed, and obviously that had an impact on the trade, on international trade. And we need to see what's going on in terms of regional levels, if there is a shift there. Obviously, with war in Europe as well, that could have an impact. If we want to look into something that change, we can look into the UK with Brexit for sure, because that impacted their business model, and some flows, some regional flows altered for sure with Brexit. So yeah, we could do that kind of analysis. It's not something that we usually do because we look at the numbers at global level, and at global level we don't see that shift. Maybe it's something that could be in the numbers at regional level. Yeah, I understand your comments. Any further questions? Okay, so thank you very much once again.
So thank you very much, Joanne, and thank you very much, APICAPS, the association from Portugal. We invite you to stay at the Assomac Talks Arena. We will have the presentation of the International Footwear Congress, the 21st actually, from WITIC staff. So please join us and stay with us. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome again to CIMAC Tanning Tech 2022. For this occasion, we will present the 21st WITIC International Footwear Congress. We have with us the very special actors of the organization of this Congress that are presenting the edition today. So first of all, we'd like to welcome via video the president of WITIC and Sustainable Leather Forum President Organizing Committee, Mr. Yves Moran.
Good morning, everybody. Buongiorno a tutti. I will not be with you today, and I'm sorry about that, but thanks to this video, I can share some time with you. First of all, I want to tell you that WITIC members are delighted to join forces with such a prestigious association as Assomac. Assomac is famous for the organization of fairs in the leather, footwear, and equipment industry. So, thank you very much, Assomac. Thank you very much, Maria Vittoria Brustia. Thank you very much, Roberto Vago. And thank you very much, Fabrizio Truegila. You will be our partners during the year to come to prepare the 21st WITIC International Footwear Congress. Our next Congress will take place in September 2023, 5 years after the Portugal Congress in 2018. 5 years without any Congress, and we come back in Italy. What a better place for the organization of a footwear Congress than Italy. Italy is a leading country for footwear industry, leading country for design, leading country for innovation, leading country for technology and equipment. So it's really the good place to come back again. And thank you again to Assomac to help us for the organization of this Congress. The world has changed since 5 years. We had COVID, we have now a war in Ukraine, in Europe, we had rising costs in many materials, we have issues in energy, we have climate change. All those issues are important to every industry, but in particular to the footwear industry. Why? Because footwear industry is a global industry. We export, we import a lot, we are in the globalization. So any problems in the economy impact us maybe much more than any other industry. So it will be the good timing to organize the Congress and to organize it around the topics of innovation and sustainability, which will be the core topic of our 21st Congress in Milano and Vigevano. We are very lucky because this Congress will take place at the same time as the CIMAC and the Tanning Tech. Those are famous fairs in our industries. So this will be the opportunity to gather the whole world, the whole industry in the footwear industry, at the same place at the same time in 2023 in September, and it will be very fruitful for everybody to exchange, to discuss, and to understand the presentation, to visit the fairs, to go and visit factories or innovation centers, the whole program that we will introduce to you later on. I hope you will be numbers to join us next year. I hope you will be happy of your visit today of the Tanning Tech and CIMAC. And I hope I will see you next year in Milano and Vigevano for the 21st WITIC Congress. Have a good day. Arrivederci. Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
I welcome on stage for a greeting Mrs. Maria Vittoria Brustia, President of Assomac Servizi SRL and CIMAC Tanning Tech, and President of Assomac Association.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this 2022 edition of CIMAC Tanning Tech. for me, it's a big honor to speak about this WITIC event, which will take place in 2023 in Italy, after 25 years from the past event of WITIC in Italy, and after 5 years from the last event of WITIC. I think that in these 5 years we had a lot of worldwide events which have involved all our companies. But on the same side, we had a big opportunity to improve technology thanks to the new development about digitalization, about sustainability, about traceability, about circular economy. So finally, I think that the WITIC event of 2023 will be a big opportunity to show all what has been developed in these 5 years. I am proud also as a citizen of Vigevano to host the event not only in our exhibition Assomac Talks, but as well as in Vigevano, which was known for many years as capital of the shoes. So we are very proud to bring a worldwide event in Vigevano and to be able also to show you how Vigevano town is so beautiful, and so I think it will be a great emotion. That's all. I thank you all for being here today, and see you in 2023 WITIC event in Assomac Talks and Vigevano. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce François Nicolas, WITIC General Secretary and General Director of CTC Group, who's going to give us a little bit of an insight. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice. Thank you. So I just would like to give you some information about WITIC. WITIC is an association, and I have, excuse me. Okay. So WITIC is an association established in 40 years ago, and WITIC is very representative of the international footwear manufacturing and design. We are present in 27 countries. As you can show on this map, all the main country manufacturing footwear are present and are WITIC member. It's very important to be really representative of the footwear sector and to promote innovation, because the main goals of WITIC is to promote innovation, technical innovation, social innovation all over the world for the footwear sectors. WITIC is managed by an executive committee, 12 members. Yves Morin, you can have a short presentation from Yves, our president. Mr. Leandro de Melo from Portugal is the vice president. I'm the general secretary. Esperanza Almodovar from Spain, Inescop, is the treasurer. And all the main country manufacturing or designing shoes are present in the executive committee. This really, it's very important for WITIC to be a representative of the footwear sector. As Yves explained, we are a global industry, and you need to be really representative of all the country, all the market to promote innovation in the footwear sector. So the other members of the executive committee are from Portugal, Italy, Sergio Giulio is here, India with Mr. Banandradas, Ricardo James from Mexico, Andrea Tepes from Germany, Huo Tan from Germany, William Wang, who is here from Hong Kong, and Li Yuzhong from China. All the main countries are represented in our executive committee. The second point important to present today, for each Congress, WITIC define a scientific committee. The scientific committee is in charge to organize the Congress, and the scientific part of the Congress. The role of the executive committee is to work very close to the country who organizes the Congress, for the next Congress, Italy, and to define the contents of the scientific program. So he is in charge to define the scientific program, to promote the call for paper, to find a speaker, and to organize all the scientific aspect of the Congress. The scientific committee for the next WITIC Congress, so for the Congress in Milan, I will be the president of this Congress, and after we have 6 other members, also representing all the country manufacturing shoes. So Mr. Das from India, Sergio from Italy, Silvia from Portugal, Elena from Spain, Ricardo from Mexico, and William from Hong Kong. So it's very important, the scientific committee is very important to be sure that the Congress will close to the new innovation, to the goal of the footwear industry, and to be more attractive for the innovation. Congress is one of the main activities of WITIC. The other activities are to organize the scientific and innovation community at an international level. So to do that, we provide a newsletter, we have a website to do scientific communication about all the innovation. And I agree with Maria, during the last year, we have many innovation during the footwear, on the footwear sector, on traceability, on material, on sustainability, on digital transformation. And it's very important to promote all the innovation and to show that the footwear sector is a really very dynamic sector, and it's one of the goals of WITIC, and we have to do that with Assomac. We are sure that Assomac is a very good partner in Europe to do the promotion of the innovation in the footwear industry. And really in Europe, it's important to show that the footwear industry is really live and has a good future. And the last point from WITIC is to have a strong relationship with the main association and institution. Just for example, a big partnership with UNIDO and a very big partnership with IUL-TCS. IUL-TCS is an association from tanners and chemical producers at an international level. IUL-TCS has organized its congress 2 years ago in Venezia, and really IUL-TCS and WITIC are close, and it's important because we are using laser and they are producing laser. Just an idea about what is the WITIC Congress and what is the goal of the WITIC Congress. We could say that it's a think tank where brands, manufacturers and experts could discuss. The time to discuss is very important in the WITIC Congress. And just for your information, before COVID, WITIC was a very dynamic association. We organized a congress in Leon in 2010, the next in China in 2013. It was the first congress in China, and it's very important to organize a congress in China to be close to the manufacturing area. After in India, in Chennai, in partnership with Council Laser of Association, and the last in Porto in 2018, as we say, with Apicaps being the footwear association in Portugal. Just for your information, some figure about Congress Porto to give an idea about what is a Congress, WITIC Congress. You could see the number of delegates who participate in the Congress, more than 500 delegates, and with many international delegates, so people coming from Europe, but also from China, from India, from Mexico. 33 countries represented, 3 days of factory visit, many ways to have information about innovation, with panel, with general lecture, with oral presentation, some poster, and also WITIC Awards. For your information, the awards is a way to thank people who have relevant action for innovation in the footwear industry. I think it's all for WITIC to give you a general overview about our association, and it's really important. It's really a great pleasure to organize. I am here since yesterday. It's a very interesting moment. As, this fair is very interesting, and really we are sure that to link this fair with the WITIC Congress is a very good opportunity for innovation for the footwear sector. So Sergio, I think it's your round.
Thank you, Françoise. I have no slides, so I don't need the pointer myself. Let me say good morning, everyone, from my side as well. Thank you to Maria Vittoria Brustia, President of Assomac, and Roberto Vago, Director, for hosting us this presentation today. Françoise gave you the basic ideas of what is UETIC, what the association stands for, and what we have been doing. Actually, this year is the 50th anniversary. So we are celebrating 50 years of existence. And the next one will be the 21st Congress that UETIC organizes. And it's amazing. We have a website, so I would invite all of you to go and check the website. Go back in time with your time machine. Go back to the early Congress organized in Italy. I don't remember the year. It was around 1978, 80, something like that. And that was a point in time when we were already speaking about automation and the future technologies for manufacturing. So our role is thinking ahead, stimulating thought for, say, the participants, the audience that we address our conference to. So the conference, I have no slides, so I will not be revealing any, dangerous detail because we are still working on that. But I want to give you a general idea of how the program will be organized. Starting from the title. Title is Innovation and Sustainability. So you might have noticed that also in the previous editions, every single Congress had a special claim. The claim for next year will be two simple words: innovation and sustainability. Simple words, but fundamental. Companies cannot exist if they do not innovate. And as well, companies will not exist if they do not understand what sustainability is, which is not easy. I'm just thinking of the brilliant conference I listened to yesterday on the topic of sustainability, and if they do not learn how to apply sustainability. So we thought these were the right words to look into the future: innovation and sustainability. Simple title, simple words, but with a very strong and important meaning. In terms of how the Congress will be organized, the scheme does not deviate. Excuse me, I have my notes on my iPhone. So I was saying, the program will not deviate from the typical scheme of the past. So it will be a 2-day conference, actually 1.5-day conference, dedicated to scientific papers. I'll get back to that in a second. Prior to the 1.5-day program of conference, we're still thinking of what would be the right approach or the final approach, either a 3-day or a 2-day preliminary program. In the 2/3-day preliminary program will include a key, I would say, fundamental moment, which is a visit to CIMAC Tanning Tech. So we have this wonderful opportunity of being in the same days, of organizing the conference in the same days as CIMAC. Very likely we will be conveniently located, the attendees of the conference will be conveniently located to visit CIMAC. So one key point of the preliminary program will be a visit to the exhibition. So all those who will register and will be there for the conference will have a chance of visiting CIMAC Tanning Tech 2023. And it will not be a simple go get the ticket and be free. It will be a very guided, enjoyable, and focused visit that we're going to organize for all the participants. Another topic for this preliminary program will be visiting factories, as Françoise mentioned in her presentation. We always add factory tours and factory visits as part of the UETIC program. and that is going to happen also next year. The third part of this preliminary program is a bit different. It deviates from the standard and from the past because we wanted to open the mind of the participants of the Congress to something which goes, say, beyond the sector we know, beyond the companies we work for. So we have organized a program that we call Inspirational, which means taking them to learn and see two very important, say, organizations, which are also technologically inspiring. The first one, I think, is very much known to all those who live in Italy, especially in the northern part of Italy. It's called Chilometro Rosso. It is a few miles away, east of Milan. It's a technology and innovation hub that hosts a wealth of different organizations, research center. It's a beautiful example of where you can bring together intelligence, capacity, capability, and innovation. So we thought that taking our participants to see this wonderful installment, it is something that will complete in a wonderful way the program of the conference. The same day and the second visit will be paid to an organization called MADE, M-A-D-E, in English, MADE. It's also very well known. It's one of the, say, technology transfer hubs that were created in Italy as part of the Industry 4.0 program. It is, say, coordinated by one of our major universities in the north of Milan, Politecnico, and it's a place where you can see in operation, hands-on, all the major technologies that are part of Industry 4.0 platform, from robotics to automation, to augmented reality, additive manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and everything. And the visit will be organized in a way that participants will have a chance of appreciating all these different, say, technologies in operation, because that's exactly the mission of MADE, transferring technologies to companies. Of course, these are general organizations, are not just focused on the footwear sector, but that's a key point, having a chance of opening the minds of our attendees to see what's going on, and the best example, the best practices outside of the footwear world. So now for the program. A program will be organized as usual, 1.5 days. It will be on 6 different tracks. I don't want to make mistakes, so let me recover them. They were on my iPhone, but they are gone, so I'll go by mind. So the 6 tracks will be on all the main topics. We will have a track on digital transformation, which is, again, a relevant key point. We will have a track on human capital. We'll have a track on sustainability. We will have a track on the consumer and product of tomorrow. We will have a track on the changes in the supply chain. So all the main topics are there. All the relevant, say, trends, technological and organizational, in the world in general and in the world of footwear will be part of the program. So as usual, the 6 tracks organized in slots on the morning of the first day, morning of the second day, afternoon of the first day and morning of the second day will be introduced and opened by keynote speech. So that is basically a scheme that we used in the past. I think it will be, it was a very, say, effective way of introducing and covering the topics, the various topics. And as Françoise mentioned in her presentation, we will soon, within the next month or so, complete the detailed programs and open a call for papers. Call for papers will be distributed to a wide audience, and then the selection process will begin in order to have the right number of papers and presentations for each individual track and each individual panel. So that's basically it. 2-3 days of preliminary program, 1.5 day of conference, 6 tracks, keynote speeches, networking, which is another very relevant point, plus all the other relevant, say, events like the award ceremony, say the exhibition area, that we'll have to discuss in details, and when the program will be finally released, you will see it there. Two final points I want to mention before handing over to the next speakers. Location. As Maria Vittoria said, it will be between Vigevano and Milan. So the main part of the program will be in Milan for practical reasons, but Assomac is in Vigevano. Many of the companies that are part of Assomac are based in Vigevano, including mine. Vigevano was the heart of the shoemaking history in the past and as well today, so we can't miss spending some time in the city. We still have to decide and see how from the organizational standpoint, this will actually take place, but be sure you will have a chance of visiting the city and enjoying the beauties that Maria Vittoria mentioned in her presentation. Very likely the rest of the program will be in Milan. We're still open in terms of discussion on whether it will be a 3+2 day program or a 2+2 day program, and how to locate these programs in the week that normally the conference takes. One thing is for sure, Wednesday we will be at CIMAC. That's the only solid point in our organization. The scientific committee was already mentioned by Françoise. It will start working very soon, actually this afternoon, I guess. first informal meeting of the scientific committee. There will be an organizational committee formed and created, and that will start to operate also very soon. Members will include members from UITIC and members from Assomac. And then I want to introduce the last speakers of today, because they are very crucial and strategic partners we will have for the organization of the conference. They are professional in the organization of exhibitions and events. They are called Messe Frankfurt SPS, but I'll let them introduce themselves and the role they will play together with us in the organization of the conference. I guess the first speaker is Donald. So, Donald is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. This has been a wonderful introduction, and I would like to take the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Donald Wiech, Managing Director of Messe Frankfurt Italia, the Italian branch of Messe Frankfurt Group, which is one of the largest trade show organizers in the world. To my right, left from your side, is Greta Moretto. She's our Director of Marketing and Events, and she takes care of the organization of all the congresses that take place here in Italy, and also all the marketing and communication. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, Sergio, and Roberto and all of you for taking us into consideration as possible partners for this extremely important event. We are really looking forward to working with you on this, and right now we are already in the midst of preparing a proposal for all the details regarding the organization of this international congress that will take place next year, as Roberto said, in Milan mainly, but also in Vigevano. And our expertise is based on the fact that here in Italy we organize the most important trade show for industrial automation, which is called, as Sergio mentioned, SPS Italia. SPS stands for Smart Production Solutions, and in turn SPS Italia is the Italian, let's say, clone of our main show, which takes place in Germany, Nuremberg, which is SPS in Nuremberg, which has been in the market for more than 25 years now. And what was mentioned beforehand is very important, because besides taking care of organizing for the logistics and all, let's say, the practical details, technology is the key issue of next year, technology and innovation. Françoise has talked about digital transformation, about digitalization, and these are the topics of the Congress. And these are also the topics of SPS Italy, which, as I said, is the most important fair for industrial automation here in this country. And we are looking forward to create a synergy between your industry and the providers of technology solutions in the area of automation and digitalization, who are our customers at SPS. So we think that it will be a very exciting program. It will be full of innovative contents. And as Sergio said, we are working on it very hard. And in the next couple of weeks, we will finalize this program. And I'm very sure that all the more or less 400 or 500 people who will attend this program then will be extremely satisfied and will find a lot of contents, very interesting contents, which will be worthwhile visiting and taking part of. And I would like to hand over to Greta so she can introduce herself and say a few words on her own.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you to all of you for having invited us and from thinking about us to be your organizing partner. So we are glad to be your organizing partner, of course, but also to be to represent SPS Italy, which is, as Donald mentioned before, the main fair for industrial automation, digital automation, of course. And so I think that we have all the basis to go ahead and to bring on our expertise as organizer, of course, but also as technology makers and to change the mindset of this sector, of course, and to go on with the contamination that we were talking about with Sergio and Roberto. So I just want to thank everybody and then go on with this project. So thank you for inviting us and to work with us again.
If there are questions, doubts, unclear points, no. So Roberto, Maurice, Fabrizio, can we close it here or? Okay. Anyway, we will be around. Okay. So any doubt, any questions, will be around. But as we said earlier, stay tuned because communication will start. One thing that we did not mention, of course, UITIC has a website, and you can get information through the UITIC website. The conference will have a dedicated website, which is going to be defined and put in place soon. And of course, we will take care through Assomac and through the media partners that we will have for the event. That we will start circulating information and keep you updated. So see you in 1 year, and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Please stay connected for the next event, a really important roundtable we have on at 2:30 here at the Assomac Talks Arena. See you soon.
Au Tanrias, ça fait maintenant plus de 10 ans qu'on travaille sur notre filière d'approvisionnement et son amélioration. Le laser et son installation sont la suite logique de ce travail. Cette technologie nous apporte déjà énormément de données chiffrées qui nous permettent de faire des retours à nos fournisseurs dans le but d'améliorer la qualité sur des points extrêmement précis. Le deuxième objectif est de lier des informations de process internes à la fabrication des pots en tannerie à ce marquage laser et de garantir une qualité régulière à nos clients. Le laser a été très rapidement pris en main par les opérateurs. Il leur a amené quand même plutôt du confort et il n'y a pas eu d'appréhension parce qu'il présente beaucoup de sécurité autour du système et une meilleure ergonomie de travail. La collaboration avec le CTC nous a permis de bénéficier d'un appui technique extrêmement important. Elle nous a également permis de mutualiser les moyens de recherche et d'obtenir une vision transverse de la filière.
CTC est le centre d'innovation technologique et d'expertise au service de la filière cuir française. Notre cœur de métier est d'accompagner les entreprises qui nous font confiance vers l'excellence.
This is not an ordinary leather. It is a certified leather. This is not an ordinary certified leather. It is a leather certified by ICEC, ICEC, the main institute of certification in the leather industry.
ICEC è l'istituto di certificazione per l'area pelle, per erogare certificazioni alle concerie ma anche a tutta la filiera, quindi ai manifatturieri, ai brand, ai terzisti e a tutte le aziende correlate. Siamo operativi in questo settore da oltre 25 anni, i settori di destinazione d'uso delle nostre certificazioni sono tutti i prodotti in pelle e le loro applicazioni, quindi la calzatura, la pelletteria, l'arredo, l'auto. E noi ci siamo fatti promotori anche dello sviluppo di nuovi standard nell'area pelle, a garantire che il nostro lavoro viene erogato in modo corretto, competente, con riservatezza ed imparzialità.
Born in 1996, ICEC founded its strength on the exclusive specialization in the leather sector, which it represents and enhances through the certification services divided into 3 operating areas of interest: environmental, social and economic. In one word, sustainability, high quality and controlled systematically.
La certificazione è proprio quello strumento che permette di fornire al cliente delle informazioni che lui ha bisogno per garantire che le sue produzioni siano di qualità, garantire qual è la provenienza di questa pelle. Dunque è proprio un strumento che si inserisce tra il fornitore e il cliente.
Ad oggi la certificazione non è più una volontarietà, ma è un qualcosa che diventa necessario per dare garanzie al mercato e quindi essere il riferimento diventa molto importante per garantire che tutte le pelli e tutte le aziende certificate diano prodotti sostenibili.
Oggi più che mai sia i consumatori che i produttori poi hanno bisogno di punti di riferimento chiari e questi punti di riferimento possono essere solo fatti da certificazioni serie che danno sia al produttore che al consumatore la sicurezza rispetto a quanto si dice.
ICEC certifies the commitment to sustainability throughout the leather industry, in Italy and abroad, making it its mission to apply innovative and shared certification standards, making the trademark of sustainability available to the companies that have obtained at least one ICEC certification in the 3 operating areas. The trademark of sustainability is the result of operating a systemic approach, qualified, verified, and referred to company products and systems. It is a guarantee of efficiency, reliability, transparency for those who choose it.
Il percorso di sostenibilità arriva alla fine. Significa toccare diversi tasselli, l'ambientale, il sociale, il salute e sicurezza, l'economico e di prodotto, e quindi per noi arriva come riconoscimento alla fine di un percorso di certificazioni completo e garantito attraverso le nostre attività di audit.
E-Check, which the entire leather industry refers to, has activated partnerships with different scientific institutes, ONG, ONGs, national and international associations representative of tanning, but also and above all, fashion and manufacturing companies and suppliers for the leather industry. These are active collaborations developed with the aim to create a system, to share projects and results, and with a clear objective to valorize the industry. True, certified transparency, far from any risk of greenwashing.
Noi stiamo lavorando con E-Check per creare dei momenti di scambio, per quindi fare cultura, fare informazione e formazione. I percorsi più importanti quando parliamo di E-Check per la certificazione sono quei percorsi legati alla tracciabilità, alla qualità, all'etica, perché sono le cose che oggi sono determinanti per la scelta dei prodotti da parte del consumatore, ma anche determinante per quella tendenza culturale a una produzione che ha dei valori diversi rispetto alle produzioni che si facevano in passato. Parliamo di animal welfare, quindi tutto ciò che riguarda la vita dell'animale e successivamente della pelle. E poi soprattutto di tracciabilità. Noi vogliamo sapere quando un prodotto arriva sul mercato da dove viene, vogliamo poter conoscere la storia intera.
E-Check è particolarmente interessante perché è un ente di certificazione che collega due cose: la conoscenza specifica dell'industria della pelle e la conoscenza particolare della certificazione. Questo è il modo nel quale l'E-Check fornisce all'industria conciaria un servizio molto importante. Non tutte le certificazioni sono uguali. Ci sono certificazioni che riguardano dei protocolli che sono rilasciati da enti privati, che sono autoreferenziali e che dunque non servono l'interesse pubblico. Le certificazioni che noi facciamo e che fa l'E-Check sono certificazioni che prendono come riferimento delle norme ufficiali, delle norme della normazione pubblica.
E-Check also deals with education on the topics that both consumers and the public are particularly sensitive about when purchasing leather products. Thanks to the certification, it is ensured that the leather is a byproduct of the food industry, not discarded as waste, but nobilitated instead and reused by the tanning industry. How many things can we describe through E-Check certification? Many. For example, real ecological leather produced with low environmental impact. The made-in of the leather, geographically enhancing the production phases. Traceability, zeroing the risk of contributing to deforestation and respecting the animal welfare conditions, but also the quality, the style, the craftsmanship of the leather products.
La certificazione è precisamente uno strumento per rispondere a queste accuse che possono venire da tutti i lati dell'arco economico, no? Della deforestazione o del benessere animale, eccetera. No? Le certificazioni sono strumenti che permettono ai imprenditori di garantire che i loro prodotti non provengano di zone deforestate o di animali che vengono maltrattati.
I processi conciari e tutta la filiera non ritengo che siano semplici da verificare. Sono complessi anche per quella che è la realtà poi della produzione, soprattutto italiana ed europea. Bisogna conoscere i processi, bisogna conoscere i prodotti e questo richiede specializzazione, ma dopo questa conoscenza sicuramente c'è l'apprezzamento del materiale pelle e anche della sua sostenibilità. Ed è per questo che ci dedichiamo con passione allo sviluppo di tutti gli standard necessari per promuovere la pelle, promuovere la sua sostenibilità e promuovere la sua eccellenza.
This is not an ordinary leather. It's a leather that guarantees the sustainability of its production and the safety of its clients. It's an ICEC certified leather. This is not an ordinary leather. It is a certified leather. This is not an ordinary certified leather. It is a leather certified by
Dear visitors and exhibitors, we look forward to meeting you at Assomac Talks Arena for the event, the roundtable presented by Assomac Talks, Technology and Searching in a Post-Globalization Era, inside of a Euro-Asia leather and footwear production chains. We look forward to seeing you here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Buonasera. It's honor and happy to be back in Italy to Assomac Semi-Tech. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about supply chain. Let me introduce you our roundtable guests. First of all, with Mr. Berke Istan from Turkey Footwear Association. Please join us on the stage. And Ms. Narisha from South Africa Footwear and Leather Export Council. Please welcome Narisha. And then we have Eddie from Indonesia Footwear Association. So you can see we cross around the world, all the way from Asia, southern tip of Asia, and come all the way through Europe to Africa. And let me introduce myself. I'm William Wong from Hong Kong Footwear Association, and we're going to talk about supply chain. Through the pandemic since 2020, and the whole world supply chain has been seriously disrupted. I think for me this is a time of awakening. And first of all, we were shocked by the pandemic. We didn't know how to handle it, especially the most important country in our footwear industry, China, had a serious lockdown, and lots of the components and materials could not be shipped out from China. And then we were badly hit by the logistic costs, drastic increase, and we all know shoes are quite bulky to ship, and the shipping costs really make a big impact for our industry. And then now, after 2 and 3 years, and we realized that we cannot really just make shoes locally. We really need the support from our partners, our neighbors, or all the way from Asia to make proper shoes. And shoes is a very difficult product to manufacture. Some of the shoes need more than 200 components. And just to have your own supply chain within a country to make all the components is almost impossible. Of course, some of these products has been done in Italy, in the UK in the past, and in Spain, and we all have our own supply chain, but that could be only limited in certain categories, maybe leather shoes, maybe vulcanized shoes. But when we talk about the whole global supply chain or whole global retail, we need children's shoes, we need fashion shoes, we need textile shoes, we need athletic shoes. We cannot just sell one single category in our retail system. So we do need to go all the way to Asia and source different categories for our consumer in the market, for our people to buy shoes and wear shoes. So through this crisis, we really need to understand more how we can collaborate, how we can cooperate among our neighbors or our fellow colleagues in different countries in our industry. So I think this is a time to really rethink how we can build our industry better in a more efficient way and more sustainable way to make shoes and sell shoes. So our first speaker, I would like to ask Berkut, the president of Turkish Footwear Association, to tell us a bit about their supply chain, their industry in Turkey, and what the pandemic had in fact affected them and impacted their industry, whether it's a good thing for their industry or it's a bad thing for the industry. I think everything comes two-sided. There are definitely good and bad. And let's give our applause to Berkut. Please, Berkut.
Thank you very much, William, for the nice introduction. I would like to start my words by expressing that I am so happy to be here, and would like to thank Assomac for inviting us as a speaker in this organization. It's a privilege and a great honor for us to be here. My name is Berke İçten. I am the president of Turkish Footwear Industry Association. And I would like to give some figures about the Turkish footwear industry so that you can understand the country's potential much more better. Turkey, in the last year, in 2021, produced around 540 million pairs of shoes. And out of this production, we exported around 345 million pairs. And another 200 million pairs was for the domestic market. And in the last decades, Turkish traditionally market was Russia, Ukraine, Central Asia, Arabic countries and African countries. But we observed that in the last years we are making a diversification through the European countries, especially to the Western European countries. Our exportation is increasing. About the last 10 years of the footwear industry in Turkey, I would like to underline some dates and would like to give some information about the incidents so that if you understand the things that happened in the last 10 years of Turkish footwear industry, you can understand today and probably the next 10 years better. 2014 I think was a milestone in the Turkish footwear industry by the initiatives of our association and with the directives of our country's president. Turkey has implemented an additional custom tax for the products coming from the Asian countries, like 30% for the synthetic shoes and 50% for the leather shoes. So increasing the custom tariffs had significantly changed the history and the future of Turkish footwear industry. Before 2014, our importation was bigger than our exportation. We were having great difficulties in the competition against the products coming from China and the other Asian countries. In terms of economical ranged shoes, the competition was very high and the factories were closing at that time and the workers were leaving the industry and were going to the other industries to work for. And at that time, government just raised the custom tariffs to protect the countries and local factories. And this event made major importers, major brands and major retailers of Turkey to direct their orders from China to Turkey. And this increased the capacity, this increased the production of the factories, and also at the same time the factories catch the scale of economy so that they can give better prices. They became more compatible and they started to increase their exportations. So after every year, year by year, Turkey's exportations started to increase between 10 to 15%. And of course, after this event, there are some serious incidents occurred in the Turkish footwear industry, like in 2015, a crashing of the Russian fighting plane between the borders of Turkey and Syria has strained the tension between Turkey and Russia at that time. And also this has serious consequences on the Turkish footwear industry's export to Russia, which was Russia at that time the #1 biggest market for Turkey. Afterwards, in 2016, the tensions started to escalate between Russia and Ukraine and the invasion of Crimea. This affected seriously Ukraine economy, which Ukraine is the second biggest exporter market for the Turkey. So we had also another consequences, on the negative consequences on the Ukraine market. And the third biggest market of Turkey at that time was Iraq. In the last 10 years, everything has changed in Iraq from zero to up to the end. So the country was demolished and rebuilt again. So again, our exportation in Iraq seriously damaged. Besides the international events and actions, also in 2018, we had a serious problem in the domestic market. Some major retail stores, chain stores, and retailers of Turkey where big companies go bankruptcies and concordatos inside the market. So many manufacturers, many producers couldn't be able to collect their payments from these chain stores and almost lost most of their capitals in this period. But when you compare these three international major events and also one domestic problem, Turkey's exportation in the footwear industry continue to grow up 10% to 15% every year without any stopping. Of course, this is a result of a dynamic industry that we have. We have a very young population. We have a very passionate footwear industry. We would like to balance the things out of the negative issues we gained and made a positive implementations. Whenever we have the problem in a market, we just quickly change the market and find a new market. Whenever we have a problem with the customer, we manage to change and find new customers and new countries to our exportation market. So today, we can say that Turkish main export market is out of the traditional market. Now we are exporting much more to the European countries like Germany, like Poland, like UK, Spain, and Romania also as well. When we came to the pandemic, I can say that Turkey is one of the, I think, few countries that positively affected from the pandemic. The change in the supply chain also bring also the problems in the supply chain bring for the European buyers that they understood they have to make a diversification in the supply chain management also. Relying on one country or relying on one region didn't work in the pandemic period. So Turkey in this period started to come across, and in the 2021 our exportation broke a all-time record and exceeded $1 billion, which is a more than 24% increase. At the moment, I can say that our exportation in the 2022 is still growing like 18%, 19% in the first 6, 7 months, 8 months. And the problem seems now in Turkey is not about selling, it's about the production, making the production the right time, on the right quantity, and to delivering on the right day. So our industry is now focusing mostly on the production skills, trying to develop the production capacities, trying to increase the production capacities and capabilities. Also, we can say that there are risks, of course, after the pandemic situation. We are following up the economical scale also. The risks of the recession, all in the United States and also in the European Union. But we believe that Turkish footwear industry in the past 10 years struggled with so many problems, and these problems make the industry much more stronger. So we get used to working with the problematic times, with the problematic issues, and with the problematic countries as well at the same time. So we believe that our exportation is going to increase, continue to increase in the near future. And in the midterm range, I think we are going to catch our $5 billion exportation target. So for the beginning, I would like to state these major issues. And I would like to state once again that with Turkish young population and open to make connections and negotiations with European counterparts, we are open for the collaborations to make long-term agreements and trying to be a new, trying to open a new supply chain for the European industry. I would like to thank again for Assomac inviting us as a speaker here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Birgit. So before you turn off the microphone, I'd like to ask you a few questions. So actually Turkey is taking advantage of all these crises, right? So the Asian market or Asian production disrupted, and also the logistic costs come for shipping from Asia to Europe is high and taking a long time. And also the buyers, because the market is slowing down, the buyers buying smaller quantity. So all this fit into Turkish footwear industry. You can make smaller orders. Your shipping time is shorter.
Correct.
And you're more flexible than Asian countries. You can replenishment much faster than Asian. And so the shoes come to Europe by trucks or by boat?
Mostly by trucks. We don't need a container, so that we are not being affected by the container crisis too much, as I can say that. As you said, our longest range in Europe is 3 days. When we ship from Istanbul by truck, it reaches the far east part of Europe in maximum 3 or 4 days. And as you mentioned, we have a very flexible production capability. We can both produce small quantities, small amounts, and also in the same time big quantities. We can also produce leather high quality shoes as well as synthetic and textile shoes in the same time.
Excellent. So you can make small quantity, put on the trucks and send it overnight.
Yeah.
So
correct.
not like where we make in China or Asia, we have to book the container, make sure the quantity enough to fit in container. If we ship loose cargoes, our goods or a few thousand pair of shoes have to stay in the warehouse in the dock for a few days to consolidate into a container to be shipped. So you shorten the lead time from like shipping time like 90 days to 3 days. Wow.
Also, it gives the advantage of delivering inside the season for the repeat orders. You know, when the retailers order at the beginning of the season, and during the season started, also they can make repeat orders, so that in this short period of time, only Turkey and several countries, several European countries can make this in-season shipment also.
Okay, that's excellent. And what about difficulties? We mentioned about different components, different synthetic materials might not be manufactured inside Turkey. Where do you source them?
Actually, Turkey also has a strong material and supply industry, but in terms of materials and in some technical materials, of course, we are importing mainly from Italy and from European counterparts, and also some parts comes from China, but a limited parts are coming from China. So we can say that for the limitations and for the disadvantages, yes, there are some risks, as I mentioned in the introduction. The risks of uncertainty, actually. You know, there are things that we cannot predict from the time being, and these uncertainties are also affecting the cost. That's why I think this is the main challenge at the moment for the Turkish footwear industry. For the supplies industry, as we are a part of Europe, both our local supply management and also from the Italian counterparts, we are at the moment we didn't oppose any supply industry problems.
Well, talking about costs, that the Portuguese Footwear Association had an announcement that only like a week ago, that the global export price increased by 6% over the year. But 6% when we compare to the inflation, which is mostly 10% around the world, that means shoes are cheaper than before. And our labor costs increase, our material increase, our shipping costs increase. So as manufacturers of footwear industry, we are suffering.
Yeah, same thing also happened in Turkey. Our inflation rate is something different, and the increase in the footwear industry, it's different, maybe a half. So we explain this as the seasonal production, because we are producing, we are making our plans and produce 6 months before. So when we see the products now on the retails, on the shelves, that product was produced, or that product was calculated to be produced in some cost 6 months ago. So our prices are increasing a little bit, of course. And in some certain point, it will be same with the inflation ratio. But for the time being, we are a little bit lower than the inflation. Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's really interesting about Turkey. Let's move on to Africa. So, Narisha, so you the South African Footwear Leather Council. So what do you see Africa play a role in footwear manufacturing for European market or for the future? What's the percentage for at least your country for export to Europe at the moment?
Thank you. So firstly, my name is Narisha Jairaj, and I am, as William said, from the South African Footwear and Leather Export Council. But before I answer William's question, I want to tell you a little bit more about our industry in South Africa. So the industry in South Africa that falls under our membership would be made up of footwear manufacturers, handbag and leather good manufacturers, as well as tanneries. And in total, we have approximately about 280 members, but that does not limit the amount of manufacturers within the sector to 280. We seem to have a lot of new emerging manufacturers that are starting up in South Africa because of young blood ideas, especially in the handbag and leather goods sector. A little bit about what's happened over the past 3 years. I think we can continue singing the song of how COVID has affected the whole globe, and specifically to the manufacturing industry in the footwear and the leather goods sector. South Africa itself was very resilient during this time in many ways. So during the COVID lockdown, our country went into lockdown in March 2020. And during that time, as everybody knows, we were housebound. Some of us for the first time in many years. We started discovering the four walls of our homes. And that meant at the same time that there were a lot of cancelled orders from retailers. And like everybody else's story around the globe, that meant that there was money outlaid for raw materials, there was stuff still on the production line, and there were retailers who were shut down and have cancelled their orders. So manufacturers were sitting in a very difficult situation where they had outlaid a lot of money and were stuck without having to deliver an order. And that put strain on the cash flow and working capital within those factories. Obviously, all of us really thought that it was going to end 3 months later, but it just continued for another 3 months and another 3 months. And those costs escalated. The good part of it is our industry quickly diversified during that time, and there were many factories that diversified their production to the protective wear, making masks and stuff like that. So I really admire the fact that the South African industry quickly adapted to make sure that they could have workers in the factory and they could still turn around a little bit of profit during that time to sustain themselves just a little, not as much as the footwear manufacturing would bring in, but that was some sort of diversification that took place very quickly with the support of the South African government. The other thing the South African government did is they immediately stepped in with recovery plans. They went into many programs to try and rescue the industry during that time. And one of those programs was something called the CTLF GP Master Plan. So it's the Clothing, Textiles, Footwear and Leather Master Plan. And one of the important points of this master plan was to encourage localization. So it has a lot of signatories from local retail making commitment to local manufacturing that they will start to order more product from the South African manufacturers to help them get out of this cash flow situation that they had and to help them get out of what COVID actually did to the cash flow and the employment rate of the industry. Again, very innovative ideas coming through from government, and we're very thankful to South African retail for coming to the party and supporting for local manufacturers. Now, this has been happening now from last year, where we're having an increase of orders from local retail to our manufacturers. Our predominant export market has always been and still is Africa. Majority of our product going to the SADC region, and a lot of it into what we call a BELN region. Now, to explain what that means, it means Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia. So we have trade agreements with these countries for duty-free entry into them. We have the benefit of just-in-time delivery, as you would with Europe. So we can truck things over the border very quickly. Our exports are done in two different ways. One is a direct export, and the other we call it indirect export, through local retail that have very strong presence in these neighboring countries. If we are to look at the stats of our exports in comparison to our local manufacture, if we included our BELN region, we're currently exporting roughly about 15 to 20% of our production into Africa. When we speak of Europe, we're very encouraged in dealing with the European countries because we've got an agreement in place, which is the EU agreement, and that allows duty-free entry of South African manufactured products into the European region. We've actually also managed to maintain that even with the UK. We're hoping Turkey can eventually become part of that agreement, but we are not as large as my friend here in China and my other friend here in Turkey. We're a small industry, slightly smaller than my Indonesian friend over here, but a very resilient and growing industry. We're also able to do the replenishment orders and those small order quantities, William, that you just mentioned right now. And during COVID, we found that our exports grew to some regions, specifically the Middle East. And the exports to the Middle East and rand value grew from 1.5 million in a COVID year to 14.5 million. And that's in a COVID year, just to the Middle East. And I'm confident when I say that I feel firm that the reasoning behind that is that we were able to supply the smaller order quantities and the replenishment order quantities at that time. And that's where we became relevant as a country and as a manufacturing industry to the global market. Ordinarily, my opinion is that the same as the Portuguese Association earlier, is that even if you put together all the manufacturers in the world to be able to supply, I still think we will not be able to get to the capacity of China, all right, or Asia itself put together. But we can very strongly come in with the small order quantities and replenishment orders, because to us in South Africa, those are nice long runs for us that create employment and that empower our people in the country and our manufacturers. On the same note, as you also asked, my friend over here, when it comes to challenges, we've experienced the same challenges as the rest of the world. So let's talk about these challenges. We all know about the escalating freight costs. It's a common factor. But I also like to talk about solutions when we talk about these challenges. If we are all around the globe experiencing escalating freight costs, shortages of containers, disruptions in sailing schedules, somebody has to get together and speak to the Ship Owners Association worldwide. And we need to come to some compromise to meet each other halfway, because they want to exist and we want to exist. So how do we ensure that we can both exist and still in the future? We have to get together with these people and compromise talk and compromise and come to negotiations, and that's what I've been doing in South Africa. So I've been speaking to the Ship Owners Association, and I've been trying to negotiate and say, come on, buddy. You know, you want your containers full, not just for now, you want it full in the future too. You know, this industry is suffering, and where can you meet me halfway? Most of the time it's a battle, but that conversation has to start. It has to start. When it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war, I think we're all empathetic about the situation, but we're also more empathetic about how that has affected the increasing costs of fuel and how that in turn has affected our consumers. Because ideally, manufacturing exists because retail buys, because consumers are buying. And if consumers' pockets are being terribly affected because inflation and because the cost of bread or for them to travel to work has now increased, there's a problem. We need to now do a risk analysis on the footwear industry worldwide based on what the future consumer is going to experience in his pocket. And that's the reality of it. As I said, my opinion, because I always like to see both sides of the coin. In South Africa, it's been a battle with the energy crisis. Freight rates have increased drastically, transport has increased drastically, and because it's a country also dependent on import of some of the supply chain raw materials, costs in production have increased. We are capable of manufacturing certain of those components in the country, but we need to look at the input costs involved in that in comparison to it being imported. So there's a lot of dynamics to consider in that entire supply chain. When it comes to manufacturing good year welted and a good pair of men's shoes, I think we've got the supply chain checked in South Africa for that. And we can actually produce a good men's shoes at a very, very reasonable price. I mean, we manufacture for Barker, we manufacture for Crockett & Jones, Johnson, Murphy, and a little bit for Puma as well. They're there for a reason, guys. It's because we're capable. I'm using this as a sales pitch, do you mind? Yeah, so that's what we've experienced. In addition to that, in addition to COVID, South Africa has also experienced a little bit more in the KZN region, where most of the footwear manufacturers are based. So we were hit with floods that really affected some of our supply chain. I had factories that were 1.5 meters in water. And you can only imagine what that did to machinery. But at that time, you'd be surprised as to how the competitor factories stood up to help their competitors with their production during that time. And that tells me that comradeship is something very important, and something good always comes out of something bad. And over above that, we also had riots. And that was because of inflation again. And we lost a little bit of supply chain there again. But resilient as we are, we got up, or we dusted our knees, and we carried on, just like the rest of the world. And I think most of the world's industry did the same. We dusted our knees, and we got up, and we carrying on. So, William, I hope that answers your question. But I'd like to end by saying that we need to look positively ahead, acknowledge the challenges that we all are having, identify the solutions, and rather drive towards the solutions, because that's how we are going to continue to exist for years to come.
Thanks. Please put our hands for Narisha. This is really touching. And do you see South Africa or Africa in general as a continent to build a strong footwear industry like Asia?
Let's be honest. I'm not going to lie about that. I think it's going to take a long time for any country to get to the state of Asia and your capacity and stuff, but why not? I think we're capable, and over time we will.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great. And we also have Eddie. Eddie comes from all the way from Indonesia, the furthest away. And Eddie has already prepared some more slides so we can see the numbers more clearly to understand the Indonesian footwear industry. Eddie, please.
Thank you, Mr. William. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Eddie Wijanarko. I am the president of Indonesian Footwear Association. And thank you very much, Assomac, for inviting us, inviting me. And of course, this is an opportunity for me to come to see. After 2 years, we are all hiding in our own country. Then I think that's a good way to see the dynamic, the starting, I travel, go to see many places, to see the boat. Then I can see that many customers coming. They come, they see, and they discuss. Yesterday, I met many friends, customers, and they said that, wow, Indonesia doing a very good job. And it's true. In 2021, we have the export increase 28% compared with 2020. And this year, from January to July, our export is 39% increase compared with last year. So for me personally, this happened because when China got the coronavirus in 2020 in February, I remember that time is the Chinese New Year. Then the customer is panic and they think that it's the time to move the order to Vietnam and Indonesia. Of course, the customer thinking that maybe the coronavirus is only happened in China, seemed like SARS virus before. So they're thinking that maybe for the time being, Indonesia, Vietnam can be, replace them. But suddenly, when in April, coronavirus also spread very fast in Indonesia, then of course the customer will become very nervous and they give us the challenge, saying that if this is the order that I give you and I want to know that you can deliver or not, So at that time we go to the government, we discuss with the government, and the government also same like what the China have done. They put the lockdown, they do all the protocol, health protocol, then we have to follow. But of course, because we come and we discuss every day, almost every day with the government, then we try to follow all the regulation that is already been put by the government. I can say that it's like a nightmare, but of course we have to follow all the instruction. Like maybe you see that have to be like a distancing for 1.5 meters every workers, and you have to put all the sanitize. You have to. Even we have to build like a gate with the sprinkle water, alcohol for all the workers. And as you know that in Indonesia, our country is very popular, is a country for doing the OEM, doing the volume shows. So this means that in one factory, we can have very, very easy like 2,000, like 10,000. Even one company like Pauchen, they have 140,000 workers in one factory. So this means that you can see that how difficult for us to do all this regulation. We have to put, to change like into the hospital. We have to put the clinic. We must have a doctor inside the factory. Then we have to stock all the medicine. We have to do the antigen. If there's something happen, we have to do the PCR. Everything we do. And every 2 weeks, the government give the new one. But we survive. We survive meaning that we can do customer happy. Then that's why I believe that Indonesian got a lot of orders. Yesterday also one customer said they already give 1 million pack to Indonesia to produce. And since China still locked down, I believe that Indonesia will be very flourish this year and maybe next year. And yeah, that's what we think, that sometime in the very difficulties we still got the opportunity. I have a PowerPoint, maybe I can show you about our association. We have like 380 companies, big companies, and 80% is for doing the export. But we also now have the raw material companies. We have the brand owners also. If you see the Indonesian, we have like 25,000 islands. But for shoe industry, just only one in Java Island. So Java Island is divided into the west, mid, and east, and there's a central Java called the Jakarta. So all this, the factory was located in this island. Our export is 616 million pair, 61% for export and 39% for domestic. And for import, for domestic market, we 33% produce in Indonesia and 37% import from China and Vietnam. This is our workers. 2021, we still have like almost 700,000. Before we have like 1.2 million people workers in the shoe industry. And you can see the figures is jump very high. 2020 increased 8.97% to 4.8 billion US dollar. 2021 increased 28.3% to 6.2 billion US dollar. For this year, January to July, already reached 4.6 billion. It's a growth like 37.09% against the same period in 2021. Our export first is United States, then China. China actually is our competitor, like Vietnam, but now no more. We export a lot also now to China and become the second biggest country for export our goods. Italy is number 11. And we also import, Italy shoes we import number 4 because from Italy. And you can see also before we export to United States is only 17%, but every year they increase. Now 2021 is already 34%, and before European is more than 45%, but now it's down to 25%. Even like in RCEP, this is the Asians plus China, Korea, and Japan. Our export is increasing from 0%. Zero, that means that's very small percent, but now it's already jumped to 25%. So that means that now China is become our main market for export also. This is now in Indonesia. They also we have like a minimum wage. Then we are relocation from Jakarta, from West Java to Mid Java, because the difference of the minimum wage now is something like almost 50%. So that means that if our worker in Jakarta or in West Java, we pay like almost $400 per month, but we still can get the workers in Mid Java less than $200 per month. That's why now we have a lot of changes, the relocation from East Java, West Java to Mid Java. For the workers, because our shoe industry is already very long, like for Bata shoe industry, they started in Indonesia like 110 years ago, but our association is almost 40 years. The workers now we are teaching, we are giving training for the third generation. This means that their grandfather was working the shoe business, then after that their son or daughter, now their granddaughter. So we, especially in Indonesia, when we have the shoe business, then all the surrounding must have one in the family working the shoe business. Material, we still have problem. We import a lot from China. Logistic, like the container, we still shortage. And for Adidas, Reebok, Nike, they have a special arrangement with the big shipping company to import all the empty container, then doing all the export. So this means that if we do not have this problem, maybe our export can be double. We have a lot of giving the incentive from the government. They give the tax allowance, they give the free training, deduction tax, import incentive. Now we have also many incentives they're giving by the government to support the shoe industry. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Eddie. Well, again, we see that we rely a lot on the supply chain from China. So it's very difficult to build your own supply chain for a diverse collection of different categories. Just let me add a few information about trade figures from China over the last 2 years. This is from China Leather Association, that the official export number. From January to December 2021, China exported 8.73 billion pairs of shoes, and with the value of 47.93 billion US dollars. And that's increased by 18.1% in quantity and 35.3% in value. So this is after pandemic in 2021. And 2022, for the first 6 months, is even more dramatic. The export increased 31.4%. 31.4. So this is, everybody think, oh, China lockdown, all the things are disrupted. But this is all because China has a very well established supply chain. So when the demand around the world need shoes and the other country have difficulty fulfill the supply chain, they have no choice. They have to go to China. It may be more expensive. The Chinese labor costs gone up. The raw materials gone up. The RMB, well, only last few weeks the RMB devalued a little bit, but for the last 10 years, RMB always increased value. So, but all the industry is built based on supply chain efficiency. So Chinese manufacturers are not competing only on price, but competing on efficiency. And this is something that most countries in our industry cannot compete, because when you looked at the trade figures, actually the unit price from China is far lower than unit price than Indonesia, than Vietnam, than Turkey, because Chinese make a lot of synthetic shoes, which is probably half the price than leather shoes, or even less than half the price of leather shoes, and which impossible for other countries to compete, because you don't have the PU material supplier, you don't have the right textile supplier that makes shoes. So this is the time that if you need to take advantage of cheaper labor in Indonesia or Africa, we have to collaborate between countries that we take advantage of sophisticated supply chain from China, bring the materials to Indonesia, to Africa, to Turkey, assemble them using the local labor, cheaper labor, or shorter distance for the market. And then we use our self-advantage and put together and make the world go easier and faster. And the retailers are more satisfied, the consumer are more satisfied, and hopefully, as footwear manufacturer, we can make some money and feed our family. So, is there any questions from the audience? Anybody want to ask questions? Well, if not, that concludes the Assomac talk for the day, or for our session. And we thank you very much for coming and joining us. And we thank Assomac again for arranging this opportunity to share our information, our news to everyone here. And we thank Birgit, Narisha, and Eddie. Thank you again. Thank you.
My name is Matt Priest, and I'm the president and CEO of the Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America. We are a U.S.-based trade association that represents all types of footwear companies, both here in the U.S. and abroad. And we've been in existence for 78 years. I've been in this role for almost 14 years, and our main purpose is to serve the footwear industry in any and all ways possible. And so that goes from supporting sustainability to selling and sourcing and marketing. We own a market week in New York, the Fashion Footwear Association of New York, that meets every quarter. And so we love the footwear industry. We love shoes, and we love serving the footwear industry as best we can. When you look at the American footwear market, it's a diverse market. And because we import in almost 100% of shoes sold here in this country, it's about 99% of import penetration into the US market. We are always interested in where shoes are being sourced from and how they're getting to shores and how the American consumer is purchasing those products through a variety of different channels. But before we kind of dive into the marketplace itself, it's interesting to look that we bring in about 2.5 billion pairs of shoes every single year. And when you break that down per capita, per our population, that's over 7 pairs of shoes for every single man, woman, and child in our country every single year. And so we love footwear, and we love to bring in footwear, and we buy a ton of footwear. And so the last few years have been really interesting for us because in 2019, we had our best year in history. It was an $87.3 billion marketplace. So that's a lot of shoes sold, right? And so if you think, wow, can it get any better? The pandemic hits in 2020. And then in 2021, our US government took a multitude of steps to inject trillions of dollars into our economy. And we saw those sales start to really pour through our retailers and through our brands and through our digital and e-commerce platforms. So in 2021, we had $100.3 billion a year retail for footwear. So if you think we went from 87 billion to 100.3, almost $101 billion in sales to a new record, that just shows you how much cash has been in the system for the American consumer and the American. My name is Matt Priest, and I'm the president and CEO of the Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America. We are a U.S.-based trade association that represents all types of footwear companies, both here in the U.S. and abroad. And we've been in existence for 78 years. I've been in this role for almost 14 years, and our main purpose is to serve the footwear industry in any and all ways possible. And so that goes from support and sustainability to selling and sourcing and marketing. We own a market week in New York, the Fashion Footwear Association of New York, that meets every quarter. And so we love the footwear industry. We love shoes, and we love serving the footwear industry as best we can. When you look at the American footwear market, it's a diverse market. And because we import in almost 100% of shoes sold here in this country, it's about 99% of import penetration into the US market. We are always interested in where shoes are being sourced from and how they're getting to shores and how the American consumer is purchasing those products through a variety of different channels. But before we kind of dive into the marketplace itself, it's interesting to look that we bring in about 2.5 billion pairs of shoes every single year. And when you break that down per capita, per our population, that's over 7 pairs of shoes for every single man, woman, and child in our country every single year. And so we love footwear, and we love to bring in footwear, and we buy a ton of footwear. And so the last few years have been really interesting for us because in 2019, we had our best year in history. It was an $87.3 billion marketplace. So that's a lot of shoes sold, right? And so if you think, wow, can it get any better? The pandemic hits in 2020. And then in 2021, our US government took a multitude of steps to inject trillions of dollars into our economy. And we saw those sales start to really pour through our retailers and through our brands and through our digital and e-commerce platforms. So in 2021, we had $100.3 billion a year retail for footwear. So if you think we went from 87 billion to 100.3, almost $101 billion in sales to a new record, that just shows you how much cash has been in the system for the American consumer and the American economy. So as that cash has been flowing through and demand has been artificially kind of increased, we have been searching for inventory and product. And so the importation of footwear has been this pendulum swinging back and forth, impacting our companies, impacting our consumers. If you remember in the early 2020 or in the spring of 2020, our stores were shut down. We had too much inventory. No one was buying anything. Then the stores opened up. The cash was injected into the system, and we couldn't find enough product. And now as things start to settle down, as we move into the back half of 2022, we're seeing that demand is starting to dry up. Inflation has taken hold. We've seen upwards of the highest inflation of footwear we've seen in 40 years here in this country, mostly driven by that cash I talked about being injected into our economy. And so the consumer is faced with inflation across all different product categories, and they're starting to pull back out of concern for their own finances. All the while, the US government is doing what it can with increasing interest rates to actually cool the economy down and push us into a recession so that we can bring prices down as a country. And so all that has an impact on what our consumers do and how they purchase and buy shoes. Now, the good news is that footwear is resilient. It's not totally recession proof, but it is pretty resilient when even during downtimes because people need to buy shoes. And they may buy less shoes for their family, or they may buy lower valued shoes. So they're looking for sales and deals. But it really is an environment where we have concern, demand is slowing down. But because we've just had the biggest year in our history, we have a lot of cash, and our companies are well positioned to weather the storm. And so while we're not bullish by any stretch over the next year or so or 18 months as it relates to sales, we aren't totally kind of bogged down by concern about the American consumer because we're in such strong financial shape. And as we face kind of these next few months of what we think is probably recessionary activity and decreasing demand. And now we have a lot of inventory. So we're moving, the last thing I'll say is we're moving from full price activity where our retailers are charging full price for products back into a promotional environment, which is obviously what the U.S. government wants through its Fed policy. And that will drive prices down for the consumer. And so we expect to move into a promotional period for our brands and retailers as they engage with the consumer. And so this has been an unprecedented few years, and I think the unprecedented nature will continue. And I think as we enter into 2023, we may start to get more level set as it relates to the economic environment, the consumer's predictability. Right now, it's very unpredictable, and the ability to bring product in, because that's also been a challenge. Our supply chain has been challenged, and so all these things are kind of swirling into what is a dynamic, interesting, and never dull footwear market here in the U.S. Yeah, when you kind of step further out and think about the economic kind of landscape of our marketplace, one of the things that we're seeing is that from a trend perspective, as we were in the height of the COVID pandemic, everyone talked about how slippers and casual and comfort were really showing a lot of strength within the marketplace for consumers because people were working from home. They were actually also more active. So hiking and outdoor and athletic shoes, sports shoes, those types of shoes were also seeing increased sales because of demand, because people were more active and not going to event driven. They weren't going to events that was driven by the need for fashion or dress up or to or look more professional. And so for the longest time, we had this expectation that the casual trends that we were seeing would continue pretty significantly. And that's actually a decades long trend. In 2012, we saw the start of the increase in importation of textile upper footwear. And that has not ceased. Leather upper footwear has kind of maintained this level set, this kind of very predictable import number as it relates to what our consumers want. But we've seen an explosion in the use of sneakers in our market, obviously. Textile upper sneakers, casual sneakers that are worn both in the boardroom as well as to church, as well as to brunch, as well as to your kid's soccer game and everything in between. And now what we've seen, at least in 21, was that we've seen dress product, leather product has come back. And we've seen within our marketplace that people are getting back out. They're getting back to events or to weddings and graduations and parties and birthdays and other fashion driven events that have required the purchase of more dress footwear. And so we've seen that, in a number of different places, which is positive news. We want those companies in those segments of our industry to see growth. And so this thought that we would be always in sneakers and slippers for the rest of our careers has kind of been set by the wayside. In fact, there's this thing that we've been talking about in our market here, this dopamine dress up. And this is fashion trend. You kind of think to yourself, what does that even mean? Well, if you think about it in our marketplace, when we've been sequestered and quarantined and not interacting in social ways, now that we have the ability to do that, people want to express themselves in vibrant colors and vibrant accessories and add-ons and different attachments and appurtenances to their footwear. And so we're seeing the revival in dress footwear of this vibrancy. That's very exciting. If you think about it, we're a battered people, right? We're a weary people. We've been through the ringer collectively, not just here in the U.S., but throughout the world. And so that first opportunity you get to go to a wedding or to a graduation celebration, you might actually start to want to go out there and express yourself very visually and with very dynamic colors, thus the dopamine dress up. Phrase that is used for that trend. And so that's always been interesting to me, that people emotionally are making purchases within our marketplace that align with kind of how they're feeling about the moment or trying to break out of the moment and get back to life and normal life as best as they can. When you look at the broader market, though, we have an election year right now. So we are post Labor Day is kind of the sprint to what we call our midterm elections, where all members of the House of Representatives in our government are up for election, 435 of them, and then about a third of our U.S. Senate, about 33 folks. And historically, what has happened is that the party in power, the Democrats in our case, President Biden is in the White House, the party in power in the White House often sees a pullback from popularity in the first mid-tier election, or midterm election, I should say, in the cycle of our elections, right? So we're 2 years into the Biden presidency almost. We're having an election. Most of the time, the party in power loses seats. So there's full expectation that, at least in our government, we might be moving towards more of a divided government. Democrats control everything now. And so we'll see if that happens. If that happens, our market actually might respond positively. Our market, being stock market, actually likes divided government. They like more collaboration and moderation. And so there might be expectations that we'll move ahead with some sort of government that is looking to work for the people and to solve problems for the people. So I think from a market perspective, there's a lot of different variables to measure, whether it's consumer demand, whether it's inflation, which I talked about prior, whether it is e-commerce versus brick and mortar. Brick and mortar is seeing a really strong comeback in the U.S. But all these things go into what is a very dynamic industry. And it'll be really interesting a year from now as we approach the fair. What will be the environment? How much inflation will start to subside? We're starting to see inflation start to come down in certain product categories as we speak. And then how will the consumer respond? And all these things are if I could answer them, I wouldn't be in this job. I would be retired now and off the coast of Italy somewhere. So I'll leave it at that. We have a dynamic market, and there's much to consider when you're trying to figure out what comes next. So when we think about technology, it's one of the neatest things we work on from an FDRA perspective every single year, because we want to empower our members to be ascertaining technologies, production technologies, AI technologies, other things that help drive production and efficiency. And I'll use a couple examples I think that have been really transformational for our industry, but we do have a ways to go, in all honesty, because we are still a very labor-intensive product. We produce a labor-intensive product. And we look at the U.S. market, 95% of our imports come from just 3 countries, China, Vietnam, and Indonesia, in that order. And then we source from a variety of other countries. But for the longest time, our market share with China has been coming down, and we've been pivoting to Vietnam in particular, and then elsewhere in other areas. And so when you think about moving production around, one of the things that's really important to think about is the ways in which technology is building efficiencies. And so in the US, there's been a number of factories actually established here in the US over the last 5 or 10 years, where there's been, whether it's an Adidas speed factory in Atlanta, Under Armour's Lighthouse project in Baltimore, where factories or brands are focused on technology to help drive production. But as anyone who knows our market knows, and I assume is very similar in Western Europe in particular, is that it's very hard to find labor that's willing to produce and manufacture shoes. The Chinese think of footwear production as a sunset industry, meaning they want to get out of it at some point and produce more higher end value goods. The U.S. actually produces more now domestically, not in footwear, but across the board, than it ever has in its history. And we do it with less people. And so that's where the technology comes in. So for footwear, when we think about these factories that were popped up, most of them have been shuttered because we don't have the labor here. But it's important for us to continue to find ways in which we produce footwear with less people, with less impact on the environment, which is a part of what we do via our shoe waste program, but also in searching for ways to diversify our sourcing. So we're sourcing more local for local, not necessarily US for US market, but maybe Latin America for US market, Western Europe for US market, Europe for Europe. Those types of things are always under consideration. And I think technology plays a part in that. But with COVID, what has been interesting, and for those of you who source footwear, you know how important it is for you to be in the factory, feeling the product, engaging with your factory partners, making edits and changes to your samples on the fly. All that was taken away from us during the COVID pandemic and hasn't fully actually returned to a lot of people. We've gotten back into Vietnam and to Europe and to Latin America, but not necessarily China. And so when you think about having that taken away and having to use Zoom and Teams and other digital tools to engage, it's been a challenging environment for sure. Excuse me. So what do we do with that? What do we do? What's the kind of post-pandemic landscape look like? And I think it means using those tools and maybe traveling less to factories, but still getting to the factories as needed. It also definitely means diversifying where we can and using technologies to also do things like shorten sample time. So one of the things we talk about a lot is how, okay, we may not be making footwear with robots or having our consumers 3D print them at home, things that we used to talk about as potential realities. But we are using 3D printing for sampling. We're using digital rendering for sampling. And so the opportunity to create a spec of some sort and a tech pack and email that overnight to Asia or to wherever your factory partner is, and they can print up a sample there in real time and use that. It's one, cheaper, two, it's quicker, and allows us to engage back and forth with our factory partners using technology. But they're far more, it's really the Wild West. There's so much opportunity out there. There's so many ways in which to explore, whether it's the use of recycled materials and kind of the development of new materials that are more environmentally conscious, or it is using different production techniques and operating machines and other things that help with production and efficiencies, or it's totally new constructions, as we saw with the Flyknit that Nike produced a number of years ago that really revolutionized the use of textiles in uppers for sneakers in particular. And so you kind of couple that all together, technology will continue to be important. And I think it's really important for brands to set aside both a research and development budget that may or may not come to fruition or have a strong ROI, but as an opportunity to explore new technologies, empower your employees to have the ability to explore new technologies in a given year and to look at how those would impact production, sourcing, marketing, selling, et cetera, and continue to kind of challenge kind of what you're doing at all times. Have critical thought about, just because you have done it this way for a decade or 2 decades doesn't mean you should continue to do it this way. And so having that critical thought, I think, is really important. And technology plays an important role in that critical thought. And that's what we encourage many of our members to do. Yeah, you know what? CMAC Tenant Tech Fair is coming at the exact right time, and the industry is kind of coming out of its slumber, getting back out on the road and getting in front of people and connecting. And one of the things that at least the footwear industry
Dear visitors and dear guests, we're just about to start with the event CTC, Traceability in the Leather Value Chain, presented by Paul Darras from CTC, Innovation Project Manager. So we look forward to seeing you at the Assomac Talks Arena.
Sébastien, ça va bien?
Ah, c'est pas marrant. Ouais, c'est ce que moi j'étais là. Super bien. J'ai été nouvelle il y a 3 mois. Oui, oui, bah, très bien. Cette semaine, il est au Radar.
D'accord.
Et il y avait carrément des soucis.
Ouais. Et oui, vous avez vécu.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
So, hello everyone. I am Paul Darras, Innovation Project Manager at CTC, and I will present the traceability in the laser value chain. We call this solution ALICE by CTC for Automatic Laser Identification System. I didn't have the slide. Yeah? Oh, perfect, thanks. First of all, I will present CTC. We are a French company. We are around 350 people, almost 150 in France and almost 2,000 in Asia. And we are a unique innovation hub dedicated to the laser industry, laser goods, footwear, apparel, and gloves. We work on a very wide range for research and development, testing, service to company, development of skills, training, inspection, audits, consulting, and certification. So now the main topic, the traceability. The traceability is now a strategic issue, and it will become more and more mandatory if we want to meet the challenge of the CSR. However, this is a very difficult topic because we are on a complex chain with split data. For example, in case of a shoe, the laser can come from a birth ram and be fattened in another one, then slaughtered, and then the hide can be collected and sold in another country, and so on. So it's really fragmented. But today, for risk management, it becomes very important to meet the CSR ambition. For example, we need to prove that our laser is not concerned by did not contribute to the deforestation, or that the animal welfare is respected, or we are clean with the water or the air pollution or the waste, or for the energy also. Risk management is not the only purpose of traceability. With traceability, you can also improve your own process in your tannery and improve the quality of your laser. The quality can be also improved more globally. For example, during the sorting process at the wet blue stage, if you find some defect due to the living of the animal, you can go back to the farm with this traceability and fix the defect and avoid them later. So, to improve your global value chain knowledge, we need a unitary traceability with a unique ID by skin. And most important, it must resist to the tanning process, which is a very aggressive process. And at CTC, we work for 20 years of research and development to find the best solution. And we tried a lot of existing solutions. Like DNA, for example, but the DNA is completely destroyed during the tanning process. It is the same for the oligo element. And then for the RFID, usually the RFID tag are also destroyed during when the hide is split. So we find that the laser is the best solution to mark a unique number on the hide and that can resist to the tanning process. This is why we developed a global solution, and our solution is called ALICE, for Automatic Laser Identification System. And our solution relies on two models. The first one is the marking, which is called ALICE marking. And this solution is based on a laser with a CO2 technology and with high power. And this solution is patented. Then the next step is the reading process, so the automatic reading process with the module ALICE reading. And this one is based on a vision technology with image processing and deep learning. And this solution is also patented. So let's see in practice how it works. First of all, we rely on the meat traceability. And then, if you cannot mark the hide directly in the slaughterhouse, you need to add a temporary paper label to make the link between the ear tag, for example, and the laser marking. Then you can use the laser marking at different stage in slaughterhouse with a trader or at the beginning of the tannery. The most important point is that you need to mark before the tanning process. And once you mark your hide, you will need to read it in an industrial way during the wet blue sorting. And this is where we will use the ALICE reading module. Now I will show you a short video about the global solution. In this video, we will see different kind of marking solution. The first one will be a robot with a laser that detects automatically the best spot on the hide to mark the unique ID. All the marking process are done in something like 1 second for 15 digits, so it's quite fast. So here is the big robot with the laser that marks the hide in a slaughterhouse. And then we have the second solution on a conveyor belt, where this solution can be installed in tannery or in slaughterhouse or with a trader. So we automatically read the unique number, the paper label or the ear tag. And then during the control process of the hide, we can mark the hide in mask time. So the system is completely safe and all the smoke are evacuated. Then we can have a waiting table after the laser marking, and all these data are linked to this unique ID. Then we have the sorting process at the wet blue stage. Here we have an automatic reading with a camera on our algorithm. And here, during the sorting, the sorter can select the defect present on the hide, on the laser, and make the grading of the laser. And all these data are also linked to this unique ID. It can be also done during the finish process, during the quality control at the finish process. So at the end, all the data from the farm, the slaughterhouse, and the tannery are linked to the same ID. And now this is a short presentation of what we can do also in CTC. We can do a lot of testing, or mechanical testing, or biomechanical testing to ensure the global quality. So we also have a third module for the laser marking. It's a standalone module with less automatization, where you have to put the hide manually in the laser in order to print the ID, to mark the ID. Here, it's another reading solution on a conveyor belt also. So we can use a linear camera to read the mark on the laser. So what is important to understand is that we adapt both marking and both reading to the process of the slaughterhouse, the tannery, or the trader. Here on this slide, you can see the evolution of the mark during each step of the tanning processes. And you can see that it stays visible all along. It begins to be difficult for the finished laser when you have a lot of finishing layer on your laser. And the code could be not readable anymore. And this is why we developed a RFID solution. And the idea here is to automatically read the code during the crust stage, and encode a RFID tag and put it on the laser to report the unitary traceability of Alice reading to the finishing process and to the manufacturer. So today the Alice solution is not anymore a prototype. This is a robust industrial solution. And we have already 10 systems installed in France on a big slaughterhouse or in tannery that work for more than 5 years. There is pretty the same for the Alice reading module that works also for 4 years in France. So today we cover almost 100% of the veal production that is completely traced by this global solution. And today we start to work more internationally. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, you can ask it or come to visit our booth at this place.